We're in beautiful Vieira, Florida for the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf, and we're glad to have you with us today on Championship Golf Network for this classic final round coverage of 13 teams, a loaded field this week. We'll get to that here in just a moment. First and foremost, thank you for joining us on cgnplus.com. I'm Kendall Lewis here bringing you final round coverage today from the Space Coast Classic, once again presented by MoonGolf. Folks, we will have stationary coverage of the par 4 18th hole today that played the toughest hole in the field yesterday, the 374-yard par 4, as you get a look that kind of wraps around the water here. Played over par yesterday, 61 bogeys and 17-plus doubles. This was a tough finishing hole for the field as of yesterday. 13-team field hosted by Columbia, of course, Dartmouth, Lipscomb, Penn, Division III Emory University, who's nationally ranked, Duquesne, Sacred Heart, Seton Hall, Notre Dame, Quinnipiac, Albany, St. John's, and Holy Cross round out this year's 2026 Space Coast Classic field. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from yesterday. It was Dartmouth that made a charge after going 10 over par in round one, 14 under as a team in round two, a tale of two rounds yesterday, and they are the team leader right now at 4 under par. Notre Dame closely behind, even par, and of course the host team, Columbia, +2, trying to make some moves here in this final round today in round three. The individual leaderboard, it's a tight race as well. Alessandra Lappel at 8 under par right now through 2 rounds. Marta Aguilar at 7 under. And Zemo Lee and Christina Zhu at 4 under par. And, of course, things get tight at 5th and 6th as we go down the individual leaderboard as well today. So 2 tightly contested races with the team leaderboard and the individual leaderboard in this 2026 Space Coast Classic. Folks, once again, presented by MoonGolf. We want to remind you that now's the perfect time to plan a vacation to Florida's Space Coast. Just 45 minutes from Orlando, you'll find 72 miles of beautiful beaches, great dining, and attractions that set the stage for an unforgettable family getaway. Add a thrilling rocket launch, a glowing bioluminescent kayak tour, or a day exploring the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and your vacation becomes truly one of a kind. Be sure to plan your getaway at www.visitspacecoast.com. And, of course, MoonGolf, full-service golf retail store and fitting studio all in one. From a dozen golf balls or a new grip to a full bag fitting, MoonGolf has golfers covered. They carry all the top brands, and if it's not at MoonGolf, you don't need it. Visit MoonGolf at one of their 3 locations in Melbourne, Florida, Vero Beach, or Auburn, Alabama. Folks, once again, we are glad to have you with us here at the 2026 Space Coast Classic, presented by MoonGolf, as we get set to begin final round coverage here. Once again, we'll have stationary coverage on hole 18. We're going to show you 9 green, some as well today. That 9th hole, par 5, 490-yarder, played just under par yesterday, had 38 birdies and 85 pars on the 9th. But beautiful Duran Golf Club here in Vieira, Florida. And you get a look at some of the drone footage of hole 18. Again, that was the toughest hole through the 2 rounds yesterday with 61 bogeys and 17 doubles in the 2 rounds combined yesterday. Just 10 birdies on 18, 68 pars yesterday. Shotgun start today. There's a look at the 18th and the green layout. Pin is in the center today, about 17 paces off the left side. Oh, interesting. Yesterday it was kind of tucked in the front, as you can see, just in front of the ridge. And a bit of a challenging finishing hole for the field yesterday here. 370-yard par 4. And there's a look at hole 9. We'll have coverage as well on 9 green today. We're going to take you in the fairway on 18 and on the green on 18, and then we'll have 9 green coverage today. That one playing, as we mentioned, just under par yesterday, is the easiest hole of the field through the first 2 rounds so far. And we are almost set for final round coverage. Again, it's a shotgun start. We mentioned 13-team field with Dartmouth leading the way at 4 under par. And Notre Dame at even par, just 4 shots behind. And talk about a tale of 2 rounds for Dartmouth yesterday. We take a look at that team leaderboard. They were 10 over after round 1. And Sophie Tai and Olivia Kong each under par for the tournament at 2 and 3 under respectively. It was interesting. Olivia Kong yesterday started off with 3 straight birdies on the front 9 at 1, 2, and 3. Birdied 5 and then birdied 9. She shot 31 on the front 9 here at Duran yesterday. An incredible front 9, and then 35 on the backside, posting a round 2 66. Our first group will be Lauren Pham, Taryn Cagle, and Lauren Todorovic, who are on the tee here at 18. 3 individuals, Lauren from Dartmouth, Taryn from Notre Dame, and Laura from Seton Hall as they hit their tee shots here on 18. Interesting, there's 4 pop bunkers down the right side of this 18th hole that we mentioned. 370-yard par 4 that played the toughest yesterday hole of the field. Another great drive right there from Todorovic, who finds the fairway here at 18. Players hitting comfortably in between that 3rd and 4th pop bunker yesterday down the right side. That's kind of the best angle to attack on this par 4 18th. That 3rd pot bunker, as you can see kind of on the right side, it leaves you about 155 yards in as players make their way. We had a bit of fog this morning here at Duran Golf Club. This was drone footage from yesterday. Beautiful temperatures of about 82 degrees for the first 2 rounds yesterday here in Vieira, Florida. And we take you to 18 fairway. Laura Todorovic from Seton Hall. Todorovic played the first round yesterday, shot 80. Here she is on her 2nd shot. And catches that one a little bit heavy. Taryn Cagle next to play for Notre Dame. And Notre Dame, as we mentioned, even as a team, Taryn's playing as an individual here this weekend. Taryn parred this hole in the first round yesterday, made bogey here at 18 to shoot 42 on the back. She actually shot even par on the front nine in round 2 yesterday. Round 2, 78 for Taryn Cagle of Notre Dame yesterday, who's playing as an individual. She's +5 for the tournament. Short iron in here on her second shot. A good shot, finds a piece of the green. And Taryn Cagle will have a look at birdie here on her opening hole, 18th, after the shotgun start today. Lauren Pham from the fairway for Dartmouth. And just nestled below the ridge here on 18. Lengthy birdie putt coming for Lauren here at 18. And we'll send it over to hole 9 green with Isabella Stewart of Seton Hall, Kelly Wu of St. John's, and Tatiana Agsusiswong of Albany, who are each approaching the green here at number 9 today. They're the first group. We had a double tee on 9, 2 groups. A couple of the holes today, they double teed, 17 and 9 to start on this shotgun start. We mentioned 13 total teams here and a number of individuals making the trips for these teams here in this 2026 Space Coast Classic. This 9th hole is interesting. You get a look at the green. It's just 5 paces off the right side of the green and the kind of tucked in that back corner. And Isabella Stewart just off the green. Interesting little downhill chip coming for Isabella. Just a little too strong coming down that ridge, but Isabella Stewart, as we mentioned, from Seton Hall, shot 1 over 73 in round 1. Followed it up with a 79. These teams played 36 holes yesterday here on this par 72 layout at Duran Golf Club in Vieira, Florida. And Seton Hall was interesting. Currently in 7th, they're +20 as a team. They were +4 after the first round. They were really up there at the top of the leaderboard, just one shot or a couple shots off the pace after round 1, and then as a team went +16 in the second round. On Susie Wong just off the green for Albany. She's got a couple of clubs with her, looking as if she's going to putt this. She takes a couple of extra moments here to get a look at this, just long off the back of the green. We mentioned this pin's kind of nestled in that back right corner today on 9. A good speed that time. Great run at it for Ong Susiwan of Albany. And she'll tap that in for a par. So good par here at 9 for Ong Susiwang of Albany. And next to play is Isabella Stewart. This is for par, just off the green. Good speed. And Stewart will tap it in for her bogey here at 9. I just missed it to the left. And we mentioned today with that pin being in the right corner, that's a tough chip if you get above the hole on the left side here at 9. And Wu saves par from 15 feet. Wow. Up and down for Kelly Wu on her first hole. We'll go back to 18. Todorovic just missed her par chance there and taps it in. Remember, she caught her second shot a little heavy after finding the fairway off the tee. Taryn Cagle trying to clean this up, and this is tricky little 6-footer from above the hole here at 18. And Cagle saves par, jars it here at 18. Solid stroke. And Notre Dame, as we mentioned, trying to keep pace with, when you think about the team leaderboard today, Cagle's an individual, but wants to close out strong here as she pars her opening hole of the day. And we'll go back over to 9. This is Renee Rain from Seton Hall, from just short of the green. And she'll have that for par. That's going to be a roller coaster of a putt from the front of just the front edge of that green. Madison Kiratani with the second shot from just short. We mentioned hole 9 is interesting. It played just under par yesterday as the short par 5 gettable for a lot of this field in 2. And let's send it back over to 18 while they walk up to 9 green. We'll get you back to 9 in just a moment. Wow. A bit of a tough lie in this right fairway bunker here. Kaylee Noonan, Nevi Thanner, and Nahia Paularena, the group at 18 now, and that's not a bad out on the right side there. She'll have to try and get up and down from about 30 yards short of this 18th green. A great job by our production crew bringing you these angles and the sights and sounds today. This is Kaylee Noonan for Holy Cross from the middle of the fairway. Great tee shot today. She's got about 140 yards in to the flagstick here at 18. Hey, good shot. She'll have about 30 feet tracking back up the hill there for birdie. Kaylee's +1 on 18 through her first 2 rounds. She made par in round 2 at 18 yesterday for Holy Cross. And Paularena with a wedge in hand just in the first cut of rough here on 18. Great tee shot as well. And Paularena made 2 pars here in the first 2 rounds yesterday in the 36 hole day 1 of this Space Coast Classic, and she likes this one. Oh, great shot. So a birdie look for Nahia Paularena of Sacred Heart. And we'll get you over to 9 green here momentarily. Once again, folks, if you're just tuning in, we'll do stationary coverage of 18 in the fairway and the green, and then we'll go to 9 green, kind of alternating between 18 and 9 today. with the shotgun start. This is Thanner's third shot. And good lead from about 50 yards. She's got that to save par. And Thanner made par at the par 3 17th. That's the hole this group started on today. So she'll try and make back-to-back pars to start her third round today. Let's send you back over to hole 9. And you see the par that was just made from Renee Rain of Seton Hall as they close out at 9. A couple of really good putts here at hole 9 so far today, and that one just lipped out. For Madison Curatani to try and make a birdie. She pars the par 5 ninth. And we go back to hole 18 here with Kaylee Noonan, Nevi Fanner, and Nahia Paularena of Sacred Heart. Thanner and Noonan, each of Holy Cross, playing to get together today. Paularena for birdie. Leaves it short, not enough pace. She's got a tricky 5-footer left to save par here at 18. And this one right here is going to break hard left to right. For Kaylee Noonan. Not bad speed there for Noonan. I mentioned 18 yesterday. It was tucked just below that ridge in the front. It was a challenging finishing hole yesterday. Played the toughest of any yesterday for the entire tournament field. This for par. Thanner just misses on the right edge, burns the edges. She'll clean that up for bogey. So +1 through her first 2 holes today. And Paularena to try and clean this up for par. And she does. Confident stroke there, and she is even par after making par on 17, the par 3 to start today. Kaylee Noonan to putt here for Holy Cross. Ooh, just sneaks it in the side door here at 18. And we'll take it back to the fairway here at 18. We mentioned you cannot miss left off the tee here, and a bit of trouble off the tee for this group here. This was the group that started on 17. They double teed on 17, 9, and 10 today. We had a couple of double tees, as well as 8 in 1. This is Katie Carroll of Duquesne, Juliana Megan of Holy Cross, and Garance Guibel of Sacred Heart. We'll send it over to hole 9, where Marta Aguilar is getting set to putt for Seton Hall here at the 490-yard par 5. Aguilar has been incredible. 7 under par for the tournament, as we told you. And currently in second in the individual race. Rounds of 68, 69 yesterday. She played this 9th par 5 and 2 under par, made birdie in the 2 rounds yesterday, and routes to a front 9 33 in round 2. Good stroke here, and it just burns the edge of the cup. She'll tap that in. This is Mia Cepeda for Albany to putt. A good stroke. Lauren Mizlarova next to putt for St. John's here in this 3rd group to close out on hole 9 today. Wow, couple of good runs. And we'll send it back to hole 18. I mentioned we had some trouble off the tee in this group. We'll call it the 17B group. That's the third group to come through here on 18 today. Katie Carroll's got 175 yards. And she had to hit a provisional off the tee. We mentioned there's water left. And now Katie Carroll's got 100. And Garrett's Gubel's gonna miss long there over the back. That could be a slippery chip coming back down that slope. We mentioned Katie Carroll had some trouble off the tee here for Duquesne. And Juliana Megan next to play here from the fairway at 18. Oh, great shot. Throws a dart in there to about 7 feet. And that's as tight as we've seen it here on 18 so far through the first 3 groups. Here's Katie Carroll after having to hit a provisional. Good shot there. 2 good shots back to back for Carroll and Megan. And we're going to send it back over to hole 9. Maggie Nye, Esther Jung, and Katya Tibbetts. Penn, Emory, and Lipscomb represented here in this group. Emory, an interesting story. This is a nationally ranked Division III program. Taking on this Division I field in the Space Coast Classic. Emory entered round 3 at +6 as a team. They shot +2 in the second round yesterday. We'll take a look back at that group here in just a moment. We'll send you back to 18 now, where we go back to Garrett Skubal, Juliana Megan, and Katie Carroll. Their group makes their way up to the green here at 18. Just gets hung up on that, in that dew at the top on the fringe. I think we'll likely see Garrett's try and putt that one, especially coming down the slope here at 18. Kendall Lewis here with you on the Championship Golf Network. We're at the 2026 Space Coast Classic in Viera, Florida. Beautiful par 72 layout. And some incredible golf played through the first 2 rounds yesterday. This began with a 36-hole outing for these 13 teams yesterday. Oh, nearly jarred it off the flagstick there, but good run at it. She'll have that for her bogey, and lots of bogeys, and even 17 plus doubles or worse on this hole yesterday. Oh, just short on the putt for Katie Carroll. Let's go back over to hole 9. Maggie Nye trying to come down the slope. Send it back to 18 quickly. And Megan just misses her par putt, so she closes out with a bogey at 18. Back over to 9 green. And at 18, Guibel closed it out to tap it in, and they'll head to hole 1 after starting the day on 17. We'll go back in the fairway at 18 now. This group: Jesse Birch, Sophie Cellura, and Derek Chiu of Emory. We didn't see a lot of tee shots yesterday find those bunkers. In fact, as we mentioned when we showed you the flyover of this hole 18, that ideally you want to kind of be in between that 3rd and 4th pot bunker on the right side. Good shot there. Right at that pin's kind of the safe play. Again, you don't want to flirt with missing left on your second shot, but with where they've got the pin placed here at 18 today, the middle, just about 17 paces off the fringe, could be a slippery putt. When we return, we will watch live at those putts here on 18 in just a moment. You're watching the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf, where Dartmouth has a 2-shot lead on Notre Dame right now at 3 under par. The Irish starting the day at even par. They're 1 under through the first 3 holes of play here in round 3. Keep it right here on the par 4 18th. A great touch from the front of the green there to leave about 5 feet. For Sophia Cellura. Tricky putt coming downhill. That's a good run at it that time for Jessie Birch from the top of that ridge. She'll put a mark on that one, take a second look. And Derek Achiu, who's playing as an individual for Emory this weekend. We mentioned Emory is incredible Division III program out of the UAA, coached by Liz Fernandez. They were ranked #1 nationally in Division III as of last week. They won 3 consecutive tournaments, including a 21-stroke victory at the UC Santa Cruz Invitational. They've got multiple nationally ranked players in this program as well. That one trickling down the slope, and a little bit of real estate left to try and save par for Derica as she'll take her time with that one. This is an Emory team. We mentioned it. Obviously the depth to compete with in these Division I tournaments. Cellular to try and save par. Just burns the cup. She'll make bogey here at 18. Trying to get up and down from the front of this 18th hole. And Emory is a team +1 today. Here's Derica and her par putt. Just blows it past. A 4 putt for Chiu here at the 18th. Tough break there as that one lips out. And solid stroke there as they will make their way over to one. Jesse Birch closes it out there. We'll take a look at the leaderboard. The team leaderboard first. Dartmouth still with a 2-shot lead at 3 under par. Notre Dame 1 under through their first 4 holes of play here in round 3. And Columbia, who began the 3rd round at +2, they are +5 now. And it's a little bit of a logjam there at 3, 4, and 5. And the individual leaderboard is pretty much stayed the same at the top, with Lappel still at 8 under. Marta Aguilar, who we saw come through hole 9 just a few moments ago, she's at 7 under, even par in her round so far today. Zemo Lee 4 under. Christina Zhu, who at 3 under, who we talked a lot about, having won 2 tournaments back in the fall. Take you back to 18 fairway from 148 yards out. This group here, Megan Pungsuan, Sophia Quinones of Holy Cross, and Bridget O'Keefe, who's playing as an individual for Penn this weekend. A little bit heavy, short here on the par 4 18th. Couple of yards ahead at 146 yards. This is kind of a comfortable yardage. And a great angle to try and attack this green from here on 18. punks the one from 146. Holds her follow through. And just off the right side, trying to hang on. That's an interesting spot. We've seen several players kind of at the top of that ridge here on 18 so far today. Quinones from 118. Oh, great shot. Beautiful approach shot there. And she'll have that for birdie here at 18. We'll come back to 18 here shortly on our final round coverage of the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf from Viera, Florida at Duran Golf Club. Stay with us on Championship Golf Network.
Three, two, one. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome back live to the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf as we go back to the 18th green here. We talked about it being such a tough, challenging hole for this tournament field yesterday, and a talented tournament field at that. We've got a couple of teams, as we mentioned, under par. Dartmouth, an incredible second round as a team yesterday. After going 10 over in round one, they were 14 under, began the day at 4 under par, and they are 3 under as a team. They've dropped a shot as a team in the first 4 holes, but incredible play from Dartmouth. Notre Dame is making a bit of a charge. They're 1 under par. Columbia +5, Penn +6, Emory +7, and then Lipscomb in 6. They're at +10, +1 as a team today. Hung Sawan from the top of the ridge here. This is for par here at 18. Elected to leave the flag in good speed. Bridget O'Keefe from Penn playing as an individual is even par through her first 3 holes today. Made par at the par 5 15th to start. Parred 16 and 17. This group began their 3rd round today on 15. Just misses that one on the right edge. O'Keefe will drop a shot. She'll fall to +1 in her 3rd round. She had played the 18th even par through her first 2 rounds. Shot 78 in both rounds yesterday. Wow. Quinones had a great look at birdie, and she'll have that to clean up a par. We saw a 4-putt on this 18th hole just a few minutes ago, going back before our break. Yesterday, that pin, and really not an easy pin location on this 18th hole, but yesterday it was kind of tucked in the front, just short of the ridge. And we'll take you right back to the fairway. Next group, Mady Cantu from Sacred Heart, Tess Breslin of Holy Cross, and Kirsten Lee of St. John's. And Tess from 145 out. And leaked it maybe a little too much. Good tee shot from Cantu. She'll have 128 left in. That's a bomb off the tee. For Cantu here at 18. Cantu started out on fire yesterday, shooting 71, 1 under par in round 1, followed it up with an 82. She's Sacred Heart's leader in their lineup here this weekend at Duran. A great shot here on 18 from 128. She'll have about 15 feet for birdie. And a chance to go 1 under through her first 4 holes of play. Another big tee shot in this same group. From 118 for Kirsten Lee of St. John's. Good shot. She's got to look at birdie as well from just over the ridge. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with final round coverage of the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf on Championship Golf Network.
10 seconds and counting. 9, 8, ignition sequence start. 7, T-minus 6, 5, all engines running. 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Tess Breslin has located her ball off her second shot, leaked it a little bit left, and that water kind of comes into play here on 18. He certainly does off the tee. We've seen players have their troubles off the tee in this event this weekend, but Breslin's going to play it, and of course a couple of greens in regulation for Kirsten Lee and of St. John's and Cantu of Sacred Heart. Breslin looked as if she went and changed clubs. She's gonna try and get this up and down here from no man's land, if you will. Just an awkward stance, an awkward lie here in the par 4 18th. I think that, yeah, she hit it and it kind of rolled back, and now she's trying to take her drop. She had just a nasty stance. And Lee is up on the green ready to putt, so we're going to send it back up on the green here. This is for birdie for Kirsten Lee of St. John's. Good speed. So Lee will tap that in for par. She began her round today on 15 with a double bogey at the par 5. And that's 3 straight pars now for Kirsten Lee. She's starting to settle in a little bit since a double bogey start to her round today in round 3. So back to Breslin, who's just off the green. She's still got a lot of work left here to close things out on 18. Cantu wanting that one to go, just didn't hit it enough. She's got a couple of feet left. And Breslin, good speed coming down that slope. Unfortunately, just not enough. After her second shot went left, and she had as we talked about, a nasty lie below the hole with an awkward stance. Cantu to try and save par. And she does. Confident stroke. And good putt here at the 18th. Well, a couple of pars for Lee and Cantu here at 18. And they will head over to the front nine of her hole one. We'll send it back to 18 fairway here. And this happened just a moment ago. With Lauren Lee of Columbia hitting from just off the cart path. And in this same group, from 130 is Lily Powell, who is just over in the rough, but comfortable yardage for Powell here. Good tee shot. And Powell misses long that time, is trying to trickle back down that hump in the back, just long and right of the par 4 18th here. Tekla Fine Lease from Quinnipiac has 97 yards. We mentioned this 370-yard par 4 kind of cuts back to the left, and players are really taking a lot off this hole. We mentioned the bunkers that kind of run down the right side of this hole with water left off the tee. Tekla, big tee shot here. She's got a wedge in hand, trying to throw this one close here and make birdie. Oh, great shot. Excellent shot. And Tekla Fine Lease throws a dart here at 18, and she's got that left for birdie. Lauren Lee was off the cart path on her tee shot and didn't have much to work with, but she's gotten it back out in the fairway. Going to try and get up and down here from the front. Columbia, the host team this weekend, and they've played well. +4 as a team. They're +2 in round 3 today. And it's interesting, there is a big snowstorm that has come through up north, and they're going to have to actually track to Atlanta to catch a flight that will go back directly to be able to get home. They'd originally planned to fly right out of Orlando and kind of gonna have to make the trip to Atlanta first before they can get back home after this event's over. But a good shot there. She's got that to try and save par again from right of the cart path off the tee. Columbia came into this event ranked inside of the top 100 in the latest Clip team rankings. They were 95th out of the Ivy League. Enjoyed talking with head coach Amy Weeks before we began this final round coverage today. Got some really good players that have had some solid showings this year, including Christina Zhu, who won a couple of tournaments already as a freshman. Lily Powell trying to take her time. Tekla Fine-Lease, who threw an absolute dart in there from about 118 yards. She's got a birdie look here at the 18th. And finally, leaves her birdie look just short for the Quinnipiac prospect. Quinnipiac has struggled through the first 2 rounds, but they are playing much better today. Tekla Fine-Lease, her 2 rounds, 84-86. She had made back-to-back bogeys on 16 and 17, trying to get one back here at 18, but we'll have that left for par. Here's Lily Powell. And short as well. Beautiful temperatures today for the Space Coast Classic. 76 degrees here in Vieira, Florida at Duran Golf Club. An excellent putt. How about the par save from no man's land here for Lauren Lee of Columbia, and a little fist pump after draining the 8-footer to save par. And just really had to punch her second shot, and then got it up there within about 30 or 40 yards short of the green, chipped up and makes the putt. And that is a big-time putt for Columbia and Lauren Lee. We'll take a second look at the replay. Back of the cup. And she's loving it here. Final round coverage of the Space Coast Classic. .169 yards left. And Machine, nice shot. Finds the front edge of the green. So we just saw her teammate Lauren Lee drain a big-time putt. And this is going to leave 149 yards for Katie Fodell of Duquesne. Allie Spiska of Quinnipiac also in this group here on 18 coming through. Here's Fodell from 136. Oh, beautiful shot. Picturesque and a birdie look for Katie Fodell of Duquesne here at 18.
Dog, I'm at 15% on my camera. Am I good to switch the battery right now?
We'll send you back over to hole 9 with Me Lee of Penn, Zimo Lee of Emory, and KCU of Lipscomb. We began their round today on hole 7. We mentioned, folks, there's about 5 holes they double teed on today. This was a shotgun start for everyone today in round 3. And these 13 teams, as we alluded to earlier, played 36 holes in the first and second rounds yesterday. A long day of golf yesterday for these 13 teams, and Should be a fun-filled finish as we wind out the afternoon with Dartmouth at 5 under as a team, leading by 4 shots. Notre Dame in second at 1 under. Simo Lee for par here at 9. Solid stroke and rolls it right in. Mentioned we've got a couple of Lees here in this grouping here. Another solid roll. Mealy of pin. She'll try and clean this 3-footer up here at 9 before making the turn. Solid roll, and she'll make par at 9 as well. So Lee will stay 1 under for the tournament for Penn, having an excellent showing after rounds of 72, 71 yesterday. And we'll send it back over to hole 18. The par 4 here at the 2026 Space Coast Classic. Thank you for tuning in from wherever you may be today. Final round coverage. We mentioned 76 degrees here in Vieira, Florida today. I'm Kendall Lewis. Glad you're tuned in with us on the Championship Golf Network. Emma Shin with her birdie look from the front edge. Oh, he was tracking. Good line. We mentioned Columbia, the host school. They've brought a couple of teams. They've got a B team that's getting some action here this weekend as well. Here's Natalie Spiska from Quinnipiac and just hangs on the lip. One more rotation from dropping for Spiska, and she'll tap it in. After a big tee shot for Katie Fodell, who threw an excellent approach shot in here. It's got 5 feet for birdie for Duquesne. Good roll. Little fist pump and sigh of relief after for Katie Fodell. And that will close out this group before we take it back over to hole 9. And this group on 9, we're going to get a look at Dartmouth, who is the team leader right now. Hope Hall from Dartmouth, Sawyer Brockstead from Notre Dame, and Christine Chang, who will play first here for Columbia. And Chang mixes over the back here on the par 5 ninth. I mentioned this 9th hole. This is a gettable in 2. It played just under par. We saw a ton of birdies this 9th hole yesterday. Folks, don't forget, now's the perfect time to plan a vacation to Florida's Space Coast, just 45 minutes from Orlando. You'll find 72 miles of beautiful beaches, great dining and attractions that set the stage for an unforgettable family getaway. Add a thrilling rocket launch, kayak tour, or a day of exploring the Kennedy Space Center visitor complex, and your vacation truly becomes one of a kind. Plan your getaway at visitspacecoast.com. We'll come back to hole 9 here in just a moment. We'll take a quick break. You're watching final round coverage of the 2026 Space Coast Classic on the Championship Golf Network. We'll take it back to hole 9 with Hope Hall, who will have an eagle putt at 9 here shortly. And coming out of our break, Christine Chang of Columbia from just off the back of the green. Oh, good touch. Excellent feel from above the hole. Sawyer Brockstead of Notre Dame also in this group. These were the top 3 teams we mentioned and are the top 3 teams in the team leaderboard right now. These 3 teams have really created the separation. Notre Dame has gotten a shot back on Dartmouth. They're 2 under. And here's an eagle putt coming for Hope Hall. And she'll take her time looking at that birdie putt. And she had the line just a little bit short. She shot 76, 72 yesterday. Sawyer Brockstead for Notre Dame from 8 feet for birdie. And she'll tap that in for par. Christine Chang here at 9 after Beautiful chip shot from just over the back of the green. Trying to save par for Columbia and keep them in the hunt. Currently at +1 as a team. Good roll. Solid stroke for Chang. And now Hope Hall has this from about 3.5 feet for birdie. We mentioned Dartmouth has really created the separation. Hope Hall's a senior out of Baltimore, Maryland. And just misses the birdie. Wow. And you can see the frustration, the 3-putt from the back of the green. And Hall taps it in for par. So Dartmouth will stay at 5 under. But Notre Dame slowly but surely closing in. Just 3 shots back here in round 3. And you can see the frustration from Hope Hall. We're going to take it back over to hole 18. We'll take it back to hole 9. We just saw Hope Hall 3-putt for Dartmouth. She had that eagle putt from about 15, 20 feet away and then missed the birdie from 3.5 feet. We're going to keep it right here on hole 9. Claire Wan, Bridget Wilkie, and Bridget Shantara from Columbia. This is the group that's coming up on 9 now. Shantara has had a good tournament along with Wilkie and Wan. For these 3 teams that we mentioned have just kind of separated themselves after round 2 yesterday from the rest of the field. Penn is +4, currently in 4th on the team leaderboard. We're going to get you back over to hole 18 here in just a moment. First, we're going to stay on this grouping in hole 9. Starting to see Dartmouth, Notre Dame, and Columbia, those top 3 teams, come through before they make the turn on the front 9. Good shot for Chantara. And now we'll get our look at Claire Wan of Dartmouth. Rounds of 71, 76. She's even par through 6 holes of play today for the big green. And hits it long on her third shot over the back of the green. Bridget Wilkie for Notre Dame, who's just over the back of this 9th green. And we saw just a moment ago Christine Chang of Columbia in a similar spot. And an excellent chip here for Wilkie. Well, that is back-to-back groups. We have seen 2 excellent chip shots from just off the green. See Bridget Chantara for Columbia. We're going to send it over to Claire Wan of Dartmouth, who is just over the back here. She got an interesting look at Wilkie's chip and what that did coming down the slope. We'll see what she does here with this. This may trickle down and be really good. A good chip shot there from Bridget Wilkie of Notre Dame. So they'll each try to save par. And Bridget Chantara of Columbia has got a birdie putt here. Taking her time with this one. Columbia folks have moved to even par as a team, just 2 shots back from Notre Dame. And for Chantara, a chance to get it to 1 over for her round today. She shot 78-73 yesterday. Big birdie look right here. You betcha. Drains it from 15 feet for birdie. And Columbia moves to 1 under as a team. We talked about the swing with this tournament field yesterday. How about Dartmouth? That was 10 over after the first round. Went 14 under as a team. in round 2 to take a lead by 4 shots coming in to our final round coverage today. Claire Wan trying to save par here from about 6 feet away. And she does. What a roll. From just over the backside of that green and just funneled the chip shot down the slope. And Wilkie trying to do the same here and close out the front 9 with a par. Wilkie finds the side door. So a birdie and 2 pars here for Group 4. And this race just got even tighter. Dartmouth still out in front, 5 under as a team. Notre Dame now 3 under as a team. And Columbia making a charge here on the final round coverage of the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. And we'll take a look back at a replay on hole 18 fairway from just a moment ago. We've got Group 17 that started on 11 today. Emily Luo with the approach shot there, and she'll have that for birdie. And a couple of players have found the green. Marissa Flores from Quinnipiac in this group, as well as Abby Slankster from Duquesne. And we're going to follow this group here on 18. Again, folks, we've given you coverage today on the par 4 18th hole that plays 370. This was the toughest hole for the field. Yesterday, we saw a lot of bogeys or worse on this hole yesterday. And it's posed some challenges, especially with the wind changing directions multiple times today. And 2 interesting holes that we're giving you coverage, because the 9th hole played under par yesterday, and we just saw a birdie and 2 pars in Group 4 that just closed their front 9 out. In this group here, as we mentioned, we've got Columbia's B team represented, Quinnipiac and Duquesne. From the front of this green here, seen several players throw it up high, try to give it up, maybe a little flop up over that ridge and let it trickle down, but a little bit of real estate left there. Now for Duquesne, Abby Slankster, who's got a roller coaster of a putt off the side of this slope coming. little too much for Slankster, but not bad. That's a nice putt there coming down that slope. And Slankster will try and clean that one up. We'll take a look at our leaderboard here quickly. We talked about Dartmouth leading the charge. They are 5 under par. 1 under as a team today. Notre Dame at 2 under. Of course, Columbia has made some moves here on this leaderboard, and still plenty of golf to be played in the final round of the Space Coast Classic here at Duran Golf Club in Viera, Florida. And our individual leaderboard has gotten even tighter. Alessandra Lappo at 6 under. Marta Aguilar, that we saw come through 9 earlier on today. And Zemo Lee as well. We saw her come through. Those 3 tied at 6 under. And Christina Zhu of Columbia at 5 under par. Emily with her putt here for Columbia just burns the edges. Marissa Flores will be next to play for Quinnipiac. It's a sidewinder from about 10 or 12 feet here for Flores. In that pin in the middle, about 17 paces off the fringe today here at 18. And Flores just a little bit strong. We'll tap that in. Good stroke from Slankster. Luo cleans it up for Columbia. And now Flores with just a 1-footer before she heads to hole 1. Again, this group here started the day on 11, and that will close it out. We'll take a break here from the Space Coast Classic, and when we come back, we've got plenty of more final round coverage in this tightly contested leaderboard and much more. Again, the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf will return on the Championship Golf Network here in just a moment. Welcome back to the 2026 Space Coast Classic as we take a look at Jordan Levitt of Notre Dame and her shot in here on 9, and she throws an absolute dart. She'll have that for birdie and a couple of more shots from the afternoon. We have seen some tremendous golf here in the final round coverage of the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. We're glad you're tuned in with us on the Championship Golf Network. I'm Kendall Lewis, joined by Terry Parks, who is the sports commissioner for the Space Coast. Terry, we appreciate you joining the broadcast here this afternoon. Well, we're glad to be here. We appreciate you guys having us. Terry, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to stop by. Talk about, when you think about an event like this, we've got so many teams that, they came into the Space Coast ranked inside of the top 100. What does an event like this mean for the Space Coast Sports Commission?
Well, the first thing is, obviously the number of high quality programs that we have here, like you just mentioned. We have a great golf. I've been here since about 8 o'clock this morning watching these young ladies play and hoping that maybe one day my game can get to where theirs is. Where their games are.
You and me both, partner. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some tremendous golf. So tell us about all that's going on with the Space Coast right now. You guys have got so much going on in this Vieira, Melbourne area. It's incredible.
We do. And going back to the previous question, anytime you have high caliber programs that can come to the area just for a visit, even if it's only for 2 or 3 days, and hopefully we can get them to come back, if not their teams for another event, but maybe just for leisure with their friends and family to come down to Vieira or Cocoa Beach or Titusville or Palm Bay or anywhere in that area. So, but we also have for this total month of February, we have six or seven events. We have soccer events. We have had a football event back in December. So we're very busy. We're very busy, but it's a good busy, and it involves people coming to the area and seeing the area and being on a playcation, as I call it.
And there's so much to do. We've obviously had multiple ads for the Space Coast and MoonGolf today, but talk about all the things that for families in this area, obviously, that are wanting to vacation. They're looking here at what's going on with this golf tournament is incredible. But talk about every other things. You guys have a kayak tour and much more going on around here.
We do. We have a beach.
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
beaches.
Oh, yeah.
72 miles of shore, of coast here, and we have beaches. We have warm weather. We have a zoo. We have the Kennedy Space Center, the visitor center complex there. Shopping, restaurants, you name it, we got it, and we're easy to get to, so it's not we're not tucked away in a hard obscure place. So it's easy to travel. You get here easily. Lots of hotels, new hotels are coming down the pike as well. So we have a lot of things going on here. It's an exciting time here to be on Florida Space Coast. And
let's talk about Duran, the golf club, and what made this the perfect venue to host an event like this. And obviously, right in the heart of everything that's going on. I had a chance to walk the golf course. And how special is it to have it at a place like Duran as well?
It is. And selfishly, this is my home course.
Okay.
I live not far from here, and I play here all the time. But this venue has demonstrated time and time again that it can definitely hold an event like this. In the past they've held the junior college national championships. They've had a bevy of college tournaments here in the past as well. If you're not mistaken, the MoonGolf tournament actually started here. That's now at Suntree. So this course is very challenging, very well kept. In fact, we're about to go a couple of months of maintenance here to replace the greens here shortly. So they're putting money into it. They're investing into it because they know what type of commodity that it is here for the community.
And how did the Space Coast partner up with MoonGolf? I think that's important also for our viewers to know that, obviously we talk about the Space Coast Sports Commission and MoonGolf and all they've done here.
Well, they've had a relationship for quite a while, to be honest with you. They've always, we've supported their venture with their golf tournament, and we've basically just sort of nurtured it, and it's actually grown into another relationship with Columbia University, because as you know, this was actually
Yeah.
called the Columbia Classic. So
Yeah.
we've actually been involved with each other for a while, and hopefully we can have a relationship that goes in the years to come.
Absolutely. Well, Terry, we appreciate it. And we, again, can't thank you enough for having us here at the Championship Golf Network. We'll take a break.
you,
We'll
Kenny.
come right back with final round coverage from the Space Coast Classic. Oh, sorry.
10 seconds and counting. 9, 8, ignition sequence start. 7, T-minus 6, 5, all engines running. 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What are they, 7, 8 holes? Sarah is on. Bobby, was that kind of thing?
No, okay. Thank you all.
It's the best one. Eagle. Sarah who? Sarah shot. Yeah, shot. Off the green, chipping. Okay, let's go back into 9. Welcome back to the 2026 Space Coast Classic. Sarah Shao, who is off the green chipping for Columbia, as we come back to you here in final round coverage. And Columbia's the host team. They've had a strong showing, especially today. They have moved up on the leaderboard to 2 under par. They're now tied for second with Notre Dame. And Shao just leaves it on the top of that ridge. She's made 3 straight pars at 6, 7, and 8. They started on hole 1. Unfortunately, she had a double bogey at hole 4. And Sophie Thai and Maddie Banty each have eagle putts for Dartmouth and Notre Dame in this group. Maddie Banty of Notre Dame will putt first. Oh, great roll for Banty. It just lips out. Wow, that was for eagle. Sarah Shao, she's had an incredible showing in this event. She was 1 under par through her first 2 rounds, 72-71. As a matter of fact, she birdied hole 9 in both rounds yesterday. Excellent speed here, just a couple of rotations short. She will clean that up. But Columbia, tell you what, I mean, where they started the day at 2 over, are 3 under as a team here in round 2. And Sophie Ty's got an eagle putt here for Dartmouth. Well, she had the line read correctly that time, and she'll tap in for birdie. So Dartmouth will move to 7 under as a team. And pretty much all these groups so far today, they're about 7 or 8 holes into play. We're going to take a break with that. When we return, final round coverage will continue of the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf from Duran Golf Club in Viera, Florida.
Golf. Our stores created by golfers for golfers exist to bring the passion and performance out of your game. Try before you buy our inventory of all the newest gear the pros are using. If we don't have it, you don't want it. Elevate your game with a custom fitting using the best technology in golf. Come experience the MoonGolf difference. Visit moongolf.com for more.
Welcome back to the Space Coast Classic here presented by MoonGolf. We talked with Terry Parks, the sports commissioner of the Space Coast, just a few moments ago. We really appreciate him taking the time out of his busy schedule to talk with us about all the things that the Space Coast has going on and they have to offer. That par 5 ninth, it's been an interesting hole today. Christina Zhu, Alessandra Lappel, Olivia Kong. Got a couple of the individual leaders here in this group. And Christina Zhu next to hit for Columbia. They have really taken advantage of this par 5 ninth hole today. It only plays 490. There's a look at that leaderboard. Christina Zhu right there at 5 under par, just one shot off the pace. She did an interview with our own Championship Golf Network's Bobby Goldstein just a week ago about the incredible start to her college career that she's having. She'll have a putt from just off the fringe, just on the fringe there on hole 9. Here's a look at the team leaderboard. Dartmouth still hanging on to that 3-shot lead. Notre Dame is actually now 3 under par, so they're just 2 shots off the pace. And Columbia 2 under, just 3 shots off the pace. So this is going to be a fun field back 9 for these 3 teams that are duking it out here for a Space Coast Classic championship. And Alexandra Lappel, who is 6 under par for the tournament, has missed it a shade long over the back on 9. We'll take a break. We'll come back to 9 and follow these 3 just as soon as we see Olivia Kong play her next shot. Olivia Kong, this is incredible, but This group started on hole 1. She's 2 under par. Yesterday, shot a 31 on the front 9, 35 on the back 9 for a second round 66. And that was following up a round 1 75. Remember, these teams played 36 holes yesterday. Great shot from Olivia Kong, and we'll take a break. She finds the green here at 9 in the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Space Coast Classic so special to Melbourne?
Well, it started, originally it was the Columbia Classic, and they just changed it, and that grew out of what used to be what is the MoonGolf Invitational, which is another event that we support. We have something called the Marketing Support Program, and that's how we support a lot of our sports and other types of events. And this is the first time that it's going to be actually live streamed from Duran Golf Club, so that's pretty exciting. And the other thing is it's an invitational, which, as you know, that means that the top college players are invited.
We come back to you at hole 9 here, the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Kendall Lewis here with you on the Championship Golf Network. It is a tight race at the top, and this group here started on 1 today. Olivia Kong of Dartmouth, Alexandra Lappel, who was the individual leader coming into today. She's tied for the lead now at 6 under par for the tournament, and Christina Zhu of Columbia, who has had an incredible start to her college career, just a freshman from Claremont, California. And she was incredible. We touched on it right before the break that she spent some time with Bobby Goldstein of the Championship Golf Network. And it was an incredible interview. If you guys want to go check it out, it's on the cgnplus.com website, as well as all of CGN's social media platforms, but talked a lot about how she qualified and competed at the 2024 U.S. Women's Amateur when she was in high school. And, of course, won multiple AJGA events in her time in junior golf. She's got a sister, Kelly, who is also a senior on the Stanford women's golf team right now. And these 3 players right here, incredible. I mean, you think about Christina Zhu, Alexandra Lappel is only a junior, and she is from Pinehurst, North Carolina. Last year as a sophomore, had a 3rd place finish at the Pine Tree Women's Collegiate. Christina Zhu to putt from just off the green. And good lag. And this is a loaded Dartmouth lineup today, too. We saw Hope Hall come through. Let's send it back over to 18. We'll check back in on that group on 9 here momentarily. Back to the 9th hole. Olivia Kong trying to close things out for Dartmouth. Championship Golf Network's Bobby Goldstein standing green by, getting a up-close look here at this first group that started on hole 1 today. Alexandra Lappel of Notre Dame with the putt here. Good roll. Christina Zhu, who we talked about, sat down with Bobby Goldstein, and what a start to her college career, winning a couple of tournaments in the fall season for Columbia. We talked about qualifying and playing in that 2024 U.S. Women's Amateur, and she cleans it up here on hole 9. Things getting interesting here in the Space Coast Classic, folks. Dartmouth up to 7 under par, a 4-shot lead over Notre Dame at 3 under, in Columbia making a charge with a back 9 left to play. We'll be right back on the Space Coast Classic.
Sports Commission to attract such a great field. What are your thoughts on that being such a strong?
Well, first of all, it really, that what you just said, that really aligns with our goals as a department, because we really want to do 2 things. One is we want to attract visitors to our area. Obviously, we want people to stay multiple nights. We're expecting, several hundred room nights to come out of this event, which is, so that's, sort of our measurement of success is how many room nights, how many visitors are we generating, but also, just being able to represent, like you said, such a great quality field, bringing in people from all over different states, Connecticut, Georgia, Indiana, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Pennsylvania, Tennessee. There's players from all over, and that's exciting because then those people can now watch from home, right? And then they can say, hey, wow, that looks great. That looks like a great club. Space Coast looks like a great place to visit. And then that helps generate, more business for us.
10 seconds and counting. 9, 8, ignition sequence start. 7, T-minus 6, 5, all engines running. 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Now's the perfect time to plan a vacation to Florida's Space Coast. Just 45 minutes from Orlando, you'll find 72 miles of beautiful beaches, great dining and attractions to set the stage for an unforgettable family getaway. Add a thrilling rocket launch, a kayak tour, or a day of exploring the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and your vacation becomes truly one of a kind. Be sure to plan your getaway at visitspacecoast.com. Kendall Lewis back with you here at Duran Golf Club in Vieira, Florida, where teams have made the turn and are beginning the back 9 of their play here in the final round of the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Dartmouth still with that 4-shot lead over Notre Dame at 3 under par. Columbia at 2 under par. Those 3 teams, incredible showings today. And Penn in 4th at +5. Everyone else over par. Those 3 under par. And Columbia's having an incredible final round. They're 4 under par as a team in their final round of play. And Bobby Goldstein at Championship Golf Network does it all. He's helping locate golf balls. He's our on-course reporter. Just a do-it-all guy here for the Championship Golf Network. We're going to send it back to 18. This is where we're at now in the fairway. And we had been on hole 9 where we had our leaderboard, our top 3 teams on the leaderboard come through, as well as some of the individual leaders the last few minutes. Went back before the break. And we go back to 18 green here. If you're just tuning in, that pin in the middle today. And this is Anne-Sophie Ekman of Seton Hall, Lucia Esteban of Albany, and Pila Pennanen from St. John's, who began their round on hole 10. So they're playing their 9th hole of action today in the final round. Pennanen of St. John's. Lengthy putt here. Oh, great line and great speed and a great lag putt. And she'll tap that in here at the par 4 18th. This one just slips past for Anne-Sophie Ekman of Seton Hall. How many putts today have we seen here on 18 that have just burned the edges? Last to play, Lucia Esteban of Albany. Slides it in the side door. Good stroke there. Oh, we'll take it back to the fairway here on 18. Isabella Stewart set to play for the Seton Hall Pirates out of the Big East Conference, and a little bit of an awkward stance here for Stewart. We saw her earlier in the broadcast come through 9. In fact, that was the opening hole for Stewart today. And blades this one. It's short and right. She'll try and get that one up and down here at 18. Kelly Wu next to play from 128 with a ball above her feet here at 18. Boy, this is going to go hard left, especially with the wind coming off the water here at 18. And this one's trying to funnel down. That's a great shot with that lie and that stance. And Kelly Wu's got a birdie putt for St. John's here at 18. Ongsu Siwong from 118 from the rough. And that wind has really picked up. It's a crosswind. And Ongsu Siwong leaves it short. That's going to be a tricky up and down from the front of that green, having to chip up over the ridge. Folks, we'll take a break from the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. We'll be right back at Duran Golf Club after these messages.
Golf club that, you find so unique and so special to host this tournament?
Well, first of all, it's a challenging course, right? So it's got excellent playing conditions, very large undulating greens. I mean, it's pristine, and they've proven, we've worked with them multiple times, and they've proven repeatedly they can host a tournament like this. So that's a big part of it too, because you want to make sure that the facilities got the chops to do this, and they've hosted the NJCAA national tournament and many other collegiate tournaments in the past. So, this is definitely the right course to host this.
We appreciate Bobby Goldstein catching up with Peter Kranis, who was the executive director of the Space Coast Tourism Board that you just heard from a moment ago. Take you up on the green now here at 18. Good chip shot there from Isabella Stewart, who will put a spot on that. She'll have a 2-footer to save par for the Seton Hall Pirates. And that wind, it is really blowing out there today here for these players, especially coming off the water that wraps around to the left of this 18th green. Ongsu Siwong had a crosswind and left it short, and she is next to play for Albany. Oh, nearly jarred it. Wow. Just hits the stick and pops out. But a good par for Ongsu Siwong from the front of the green. We mentioned that was going to be a tough chip. For Angsu Siwang. And Kelly Wu, who had a wedge in, well, I should say a short iron in hand, but the ball was well above her feet, has a birdie putt here and just leaves it short. A good par for her as well. She was over in the rough, just past the fourth bunker. And Stewart taps it in for par. So 3 really good pars for this group here with Isabella Stewart, Tantita Angsu Siwang of Albany, and Kelly Wu of St. John's. We'll take it back to the fairway again. Renee Rain of Seton Hall is in the fairway with 129 yards left. Great tee shot. Again, we talked about you can't leak the tee shot left on 18 with the water coming into play. And of course, you've got the bunkers on the right side. We saw Rain come through hole 9. She began her round today on 9. That was earlier this morning. Rain's +3 on her round today. And from 129, just trickles over the back right side of this green. So she's got a flat lie in that little bowl there to maybe get it up and down, but it'll be a downhill chip shot. Madison Curatani with a big drive off the tee just in the first cut of rough. Has wedge in hand here at 18. And picks up another green in regulation. This Curatani. Curatani with a chance at birdie here on the 18th for Albany. We'll let this group get up to the green. We'll come back. We'll stay right here on hole 18. You're watching the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf on the Championship Golf Network.
A little bit of background about Ann Moon and her playing days in her career, and obviously her passion for golf.
Yeah, so Ann started in this business at MoonGolf almost 11 years ago. She started in golf playing collegiately at Auburn, where she met her husband Dan and started their relationship. And she went on to work for some pretty big companies in this industry, manufacturing companies, as a sales rep, and one of the best in the country. And then worked alongside Dan in some retail locations as well, and really learned everything that they learned into our business here, and have been able to, watch this place grow and into what it is.
Renee Rain, just chunks her chip shot. This is going to roll right back to her feet. Well, she'll play her fourth from virtually the same spot here at 18. Well, temperatures are incredible today in Viera, Florida. 76 degrees. It got up into the 80s, about 83, 84 yesterday. And today the wind has been a massive factor as she will be off the green playing her fifth shot coming up. So this is a bit of a nightmare for Rain of Seton Hall here at 18. Lily Hine just off the green. A good chip shot up. We mentioned Kuratani in this group. For Albany, awaiting the putt of, this is the fifth shot for Renee Rain, and pretty good speed coming down that slope. She's got that left for double bogey. And she had played the 18th hole really well. She actually had birdied 18 in round 2 yesterday. And we mentioned the 18th hole. It was a tough hole for these teams yesterday. Kuratani from the front of the green for Albany. Good run at it. It's tough to judge the speed coming up over. I was actually out on hole 18 yesterday, and they had the pin in the front, which was short of the ridge. We mentioned yesterday there were 17 plus doubles or worse on this 18th hole yesterday. And good cleanup there by Kuratani. And this putt here is for double bogey 6 for Renee Rain of Seton Hall. A tough 18th hole for Renee Rain, who is 9 holes into her round today and making the turn. And good putt by Lily Hine as they head over to hole 1. We'll keep it right. Hole 18 from the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. come back to you in 18 fairway. Mia Zapata of Albany with 175 left in here at the par 4 18th. Looked short and right for Zapata, who had to deal with that wind. Well, in this group is Marta Aguilar of Seton Hall. She's got 140, who is tied for the lead in the individual race at 6 under par for the tournament. Here she is in the bunker. Oh, just chunks it out of the bunker. Mentioned there's a line of about 4 pot bunkers that run down the right side of 18. It kind of cuts back to the left off the tee with the water that you can't flirt with off the left. It's going to be a tough up and down to try and stay atop this leaderboard for Aguilar. Lauren Mizlarova of St. John's is last to play with 124 left in. And she's over in the right rough. Good shot for Mizlarova. And she finds a piece of the green, so she's got a birdie putt coming here at hole 18. And we'll keep it right here in the fairway. Remember, Marta Aguilar, who is tied with Alexandra Lappel of Notre Dame in the individual race, 6 under for the tournament, hit it in the bunker off the tee. And this will be her 3rd shot upcoming, trying to get out of here with a par and stay at 6 under for the tournament. She fired rounds of 68 and 69 yesterday, back to back. It was a 36-hole outing. She is +1 in her round today, and here's her 3rd shot. Oh, great shot. Just feeds it right in there, and she's got that left to stay atop the individual leaderboard. Strong showing for Marta Aguilar of Seton Hall. And we'll take it up to the green where, as we mentioned, Lauren Mizlarova found a piece of the green. She's got a birdie putt. And Mia Zapata of Albany is chipping from just off the green. Zapata just from off the green. We've seen some really good chip shots here on 18. This is a tricky one here. Missed it right of the green. She's got a pretty good lie. Trying to chip up over that ridge and let it funnel down. Oh, great touch. Nearly went in. Wow. Zapata nearly jarred it here at 18. And she'll likely get out of here with a par. We mentioned Marta Aguilar is trying to save par to stay atop the individual race. Lauren Mislarova of St. John's with a birdie look here. And Mislarova just left it short. So she's going to think long and hard about that. She's got about 5 feet left to try and save par. St. John's product. Marta Aguilar, who had 140 in out of the bunker. Mentioned to Bobby Goldstein, who was in the fairway on 18, that the lip was really bothering her in the bunker. And the wind has been incredible. Wind gust of up to 30, 40 miles an hour here at hole 18. And Aguilar can save par right here and be at the top of the individual leaderboard. She's 6 under for the tournament. Good roll, and she does it. You betcha. What a putt and what a par save out of the fairway bunker for Marta Aguilar. Incredible. And a sidewinding putt at that. Meslerova's got a par putt here from about 5 feet. And it just lips it out. That's a tough 3-putt. If you're Meslerova, she'll tap that in for a bogey. And Mia Zapata, who nearly holed it on her chip shot from just off the green, is trying to clean this up for par for Albany. And she does. We'll take a break from the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. You're watching the Championship Golf Network.
10 seconds and counting. 9, 8, ignition sequence start. 7, T-minus 6, 5, all engines running. 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We'll go back to 18 fairway here from 133 yards out. It is, tell you what, this tee shot is for on 18 has gotten even tougher. We're starting to see more and more players miss the fairway. We mentioned wind gust is 30 to 40 miles an hour at times here today at Duran. A good shot there from just over in the rough. For Esther Jung of Emory University, who was the #1 team in the country in Division III just over a week ago. Incredible depth on this Emory team. They're going to certainly contend for a Division III national championship. Cutya Tibbetts will have 122 yards in for Lipscomb, and she finds a piece of the green. And from 119, Maggie Nee from Penn in the middle of the fairway here at 18. Excellent shot. About 15 feet for birdie for Maggie of Penn. And we'll see if she can close out the 18th strong. We'll take another break from the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf here in Vieira, Florida. Stay with us. Final round coverage will continue.
If you could theoretically envision and hope for the visiting students, coaches, and their families take away from their time in Melbourne, from time at Space Coast?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, they'll have a little bit of spare time that they can, enjoy the beaches, enjoy some of the things we have. Maybe there'll be a launch during the time that the event's taking place. That would be kind of cool. We can't plan for that, but sometimes that happens, and that's always like a bonus. But hopefully they can enjoy some of the amenities. I mean, there's a lot of natural beauty. Of course, the weather here is fantastic right now. It's a great time of year to be here. So, we just hope that they get a little bit of a flavor of our area. And then, obviously we want them to come back at some point.
Couple of birdie putts here at the 18th green on Championship Golf Network from the 2026 Space Coast Classic. This is final round coverage on CGN Plus. Again, folks, we're glad you're tuned in with us from wherever you may be. What an incredible tournament and tournament field. I mean, you think about the team leaderboard right now and what's going on with that, but then you look at the individual leaderboard. We just saw Marta Aguilar a few minutes ago for Seton Hall, who's tied at 6 under par, make an incredible up and down after hitting her tee shot in the fairway bunker on the right side, and then a putt that was from about 8-10 feet away that was sidewinding to save par and stay at the top of the individual leaderboard. Dartmouth with a commanding 5-shot lead as a team through 11 holes. They're 6 under par as a team. Notre Dame 1 under par, Columbia +1. All three of those teams are through 11 holes in their rounds here today. And this has been an incredible field. We got a chance to catch up with some important folks like Terry Parks, who's the sports commissioner for the Space Coast, and Peter Kranis, the executive director of the Space Coast Tourism Board, spoke with Bobby Goldstein earlier. And, of course, big thanks to Columbia the host team for such a great event and the hospitality for our Championship Golf Network crew here this weekend. Well, not a bad lag putt. Coming down that ridge from Tibbetts. Esther Jung from Emory has a long putt up coming as well from the backside of this green. We mentioned Emory had a real chance to contend for a Division III national championship. They had a 21-stroke victory at the UC Santa Cruz Invitational earlier, just ran away from the field. Great putt from Jung, and it burns the edge. She'll tap that in for par. Emory is a team plus 12 today, and Jung plus 2 in her round today. Maggie Nye next to putt for pin. Oh. We've seen putts burn the edges to the left and the right of the cup today here at 18. Good roll there. So that group will head to hole 1 after beginning their round today on hole 8. Just 7 holes left to play. We'll take another break from the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf.
How did MoonGolf get involved with and associated with Space Coast?
I mean, it started originally with Columbia and our connections with the coaching staff there, and Ann's connection with her former teammate Courtney, who kind of helped put together our first tournament, the MoonGolf Invitational, and open the doors for this one as well. And just another opportunity to bring some great young golfers to the Space Coast and give our area a little limelight, and give these girls a nice golf course in really nice weather. Most of them in this particular tournament are coming from the north and the northeast and getting out of the snow. So it's a great opportunity for them to get a little bit of early season action.
We come back to 18th fairway here with you at the Space Coast Classic with Group 9, Claire Liu, who is just over in the rough from 156 out. Bit of a rough lie. Ball maybe a tad below her feet here than it is. On a pretty good line, just a little bit short, but that's not bad from the ball being below Lou's feet. Covillan from 126 out. And just right of the green. Christina Searcy from Lipscomb is last to play with 88 yards left in here on 18. Trying to decide on the right club here. I think she may be a little in between clubs here. A little bit of an awkward yardage. 88 yards, ball just a tad above her feet. Oh, great shot. The weight paid off. And Searcy throws it in there tight here, the 18th. From 88 yards, Christina Searcy with a birdie opportunity. Here on this 18th hole, it's only featured 11 birdies in the entire 3 rounds of play. And we'll take a look at the leaderboard right now with Dartmouth still with a 5-shot lead at 6 under par. Notre Dame at 1 under. Columbia at +1. They're all through 11 holes today. Penn, Emory, who's the #1 ranked Division III program, playing up, if you will, against Division I competition here this weekend. And they've had a nice showing in the top 5 here in this field today. And again, a tough course. Duran Golf Club here in Vieira, Florida. Beautiful place for the Space Coast Classic. And we're glad to bring you the final round coverage here on the Championship Golf Network. That wind has really picked up as the afternoon has gone along. There's been, on this 18th hole alone, it's played the toughest hole of any on the course through all 3 rounds. An average of 4.60. Playing well above par. They've only had 11 birdies, 94 pars, 76 bogeys. They've had 25+ doubles. And again, there's 13 teams here, including Columbia with a B team that's playing, and a handful of other individuals that have played this golf course all weekend. So even pars have been tough to come by here at the 18th. Jan chipping just off the green for Emory. Good touch. Individual leaderboard still tight at the top. Alexandra Lappel, Marta Aguilar, and Christina Zhu tied at 6 under par. A three-way tie in that race. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we saw Marta Aguilar of Seton Hall hit her tee shot here on 18 in the fairway bunker and then chunked it. The lip was really bothering her and where the ball was in the bunker, and then was able to get up and down from about maybe 60, 70 yards short of the green. Made about an 8-footer that was a side-winding putt to stay atop that individual race in a three-way tie. Of course, Lappel of Notre Dame is stayed atop the leaderboard all afternoon. We saw Lappel come through hole 9. We'll see her come through 18. And this one pulled. Left of the cup by Lou, and this is the just drop one here. Bogey 5 for Lou here at 18. Covey Jan's got a little tester here from about 4.5, 5 feet. Confident stroke, and she drains it. We'll take a break here on the Space Coast Classic. Through 12 holes of action, final round coverage will continue from Vieira, Florida after these messages.
4 years, and this is our first time working with you. So I'm curious as to how internally the commission and your colleagues got together and realized that hey, we really ought to live stream this event if we really take it to the next level. And that's, you know, to your credit, that's where sports in general is going. And so what was the impetus for you guys to reach out?
So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's a great question. It's an interesting history. So there's an organization called USSSA, that runs our Space Coast Stadium. That's a stadium that's owned by the county. And they bring baseball and softball here all throughout the year. And they've been doing live streaming for years. And so we sort of been watching them from the sidelines on what they do and how they do it. And then we said, you know, we ought to do this for some of our events. Well, we started with rowing. We actually have a couple of world-class rowing areas in the county. And so we've brought in for either training or tournaments, we've brought in several teams, collegiate teams, and we started live streaming those. And we said, hey, you know what? We could do that for golf. We could do that for, you know, soccer. We could do that for lacrosse. So golf was sort of next on the list, and here we are working with you guys, and we're so excited to have you. But we just think it provides great exposure. Certainly the family and friends, you know, who can now watch, you know, maybe they didn't get a chance to see their family members play, you know, on their in their home course. And so now here, you know, wherever you are in the world, you know, if you have some international players, now they can watch, you know, the family members can watch. It's just kind of a cool thing. And I think it gives us an extra platform to show off our destination and kind of showcase a little bit.
We're back on hole 18 at the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Kendall Lewis here with you on the Championship Golf Network. We appreciate you tuning in. The rain starting to come down here in Viera, Florida. We talked about the wind being a factor today with the wind 20 to 30, even at times gusts of 40 miles an hour here today. And it has really proved challenging for the players out in this one here today, but that rain has started to come, and Bobby Goldstein of CGN is out on the course and has mentioned that there has even been sounds of some thunder. So storms are in the area here on the Space Coast of Florida, and we're hoping to get this round in with no delays and cleanly. And most everyone is 11 to maybe 12 holes through their round. We had the shotgun start this morning at 8:15. Is when these teams teed off. And, of course, a 13-team field with multiple conferences represented and multiple top 100 teams in the latest Clip Golf rankings coming into this week. So, interesting tournament field. Alexandra Lapple is now the solo leader at the top of the individual race at 7 under par for Notre Dame. She's +1 in her third round today. And we take you back to 18 fairway with Adrian Ahn, Upton, Carries Code, and Ava Bankston. Penn, Emory, and Lipscomb represented in this group here. They began their round on hole 6 today. And you can see that rain starting to pick up here on the 18th hole. Code has 167 with the trees blocking her angle to the green, but she's got some real estate to get that up and over. From 167, let's take a look and listen in. Oh, she likes it, staring it down. And a great shot from Code. Wow. Talk about that angle for Code to go up and over the trees here on 18. And they just sounded the horn here at Duran. Lightning in the area. We mentioned the rain was starting to pick up, so on the 12th hole of play in what was a 8:15 shotgun start this morning here in the Space Coast Classic has now been paused. And, of course, we will keep you updated here on the Championship Golf Network with final round coverage of the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf continuing. Alexandra Lapple, the individual leader right now by one shot at 7 under. Christina Zhu of Columbia at 6 under. Marta Aguilar at 6 under. There's a look at the leaderboard in the individual race right now. And, of course, when you look at the team leaderboard, it's Dartmouth who has the lead right now. 5 shots. They're 6 under as a team, and they have completed 13 holes of play here today. Notre Dame at 1 under par. Columbia at +1. And, of course, the #1 team in Division III, Emory, with a nice showing in the top 5 so far at the Space Coast Classic. Thunder and lightning in the area here on the Space Coast of Florida. We're going to take a break from the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf on the Championship Golf Network. Be sure to stay tuned. We'll keep you posted and final round coverage will resume as soon as it's safe for the players to go back out. Stay with us on the Championship Golf Network from Viera, Florida.
Moon Golf relationship came together and how what that means to you guys now to have have it sponsored by them and being part of their brand as well, in addition to Space Coast.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working with Annie Moon is the owner of Moon Golf, and she's obviously a tremendous supporter of women's golf. She played at Auburn. She's supporting uh, the Moon Golf event and this event. And we've been working with her for a number of years. We have this program where we actually provide funding based on the room nights that a sports event will generate. We're able to provide some funding for that and encourage them to come back. And so we've had a really strong relationship with her, and it's worked out really well. And now it's growing with a new event like this.
And welcome back to Duran Golf Club in the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by Moon Golf. After a 1-hour rain delay here at Duran Golf Club, we are back and ready to complete final round coverage here on the Championship Golf Network. I'm Kendall Lewis. Glad to bring you all the action of this final round here today. We're going to take you back on 18 fairway from 106 yards out, where Ava Bankston is set to play first for Lipscomb. It was in a great spot. Again, the thunder and lightning just came through the Space Coast earlier, and we want to recap you on where things stand right now with the team leaderboard. Dartmouth has a 6-shot lead, and they are through 12 holes. Notre Dame at 1 under par in second. The host school, Columbia, at +2. Penn at +3. And, of course, the #1 team in the country in Division III, Emory, inside of the top 5. Great story this week. And they have certainly had a good showing this week against Division I competition. Lipscomb in 6th at +18. And that's your team leaderboard right now. 13-team field. Here's a look at the individual leaderboard. Alexandra Lappel at 7 under par through 12 holes. She is +1 today after rounds of 68-68 in the first 2 rounds, the 36-hole outing for these teams just a day ago. They played 36 yesterday. We had a shotgun start at 8:15 this morning. And the 1-hour weather delay, trying to get this in here this afternoon. Winds have been 20, 30 miles an hour, and some massive wind gusts for the players to deal with this afternoon. And of course, temperatures when we began were 76 degrees here in Viera, Florida. So interesting. Outside of the rain and lightning and the 1-hour delay, we are back and ready to play. And it's Ava Bankston in 18 fairway from 106. Staring this one down. And a great shot by Bankston. She will have a long birdie putt upcoming here on the 18th. This group here, this was group 8. They started on hole 6. They're about 3/4 of the way through their round. This group also features Karis Code and Adriana Upton. All right, good touch on the downhill chip shot there, just right of the green. Folks, once again, Dartmouth at 7 under. They are the team leader right now. And this is a Dartmouth team that had a really good showing, and Columbia as well. That's two Ivy League schools that are really good. Dartmouth finished second in the Bandana Invitational that Boston College hosted. That was back in the fall. They finished third as well at the Battle of the Beach. They've had some really good showings this season so far. This is their first tournament of the spring schedule. A long putt up coming here from the back of this green. Again, if you're just tuning in, pin is in the middle today. Yesterday in rounds 1 and 2, they had that pin tucked in the front, just beneath the ridge here on 18. And here's the putt on the way from this putt right here, as you can see on your screen, going to break hard left to right and downhill. It's off one ridge and down another. Karis Code with the stroke, and this one really nice speed there. It's amazing how these greens have softened up since the weather delay that lasted for an hour. Again, we had some pretty hard rain come down through the Space Coast of Florida for that last hour. Got pretty heavy. We had the thunder and lightning that pushed this event back, and of course, trying to get it in. There is a slight chance of rain at about 2 o'clock. We are seeing some more movement in the forecast, so a little bit of a gap for these teams to try and get this, at least these final 6 holes, complete. And Ava Bankston just missed it on the low side. She'll tap that in. Adrian on Upton for pin will try and clean this up from 4 feet. Good stroke. Knocks it right in. So we'll move along to Group 7 on hole 18 here shortly. Let's get a look at hole 18. We got stationary coverage today of the 370-yard par 4 that has been the toughest hole in the field this week, playing over par, and rightfully so. We've seen very few birdies. Even pars have been tough to come by on this 18th hole. And of course, you get the Strakaline green layout as well. And a couple of ridges, especially in that front where the pin was yesterday. But really is incredible when you look at how these teams have played this 18th hole. We're going to come back to the 18th in just a moment. We'll take a short break in the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf on Championship Golf Network.
Moon Golf relationship came together, and how what that means to you guys now to have it sponsored by them and being part of their brand as well, in addition to Space Coast.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working with Annie Moon, is the owner of Moon Golf, and she's obviously a tremendous supporter of women's golf. She played at Auburn. She's supporting the Moon Golf event and this event. And we've been working with her for a number of years. We have this program where we actually provide funding based on the room nights that a sports event will generate. We're able to provide some funding for that and encourage them to come back. And so we've had a really strong relationship with her, and it's worked out really well. And now it's growing with a new event like this.
Shin's got 148 and a clean lie from the right rough. She'll play ahead. Oh, great shot there. And Shin will have a birdie roll here on 18. So Howell will be next to play middle of the fairway. She's got 143. Left in. Lipscomb product. They're calling their... And Howell hits a nice shot as well. We showed you the lie of Julie Shin, who has her ball plugged in that wire grass. They have located the ball. It's just above the bunker on the right side of the fairway. And Amanda Zing has called her coach in. I think that she wanted to get a ruling on it. She's got 158 yards in. She can get a club on this. See what she does here. Wow. Just swept right underneath it. And it rolls about 5 or 10 yards down into the bunker here on 18. We talked about Emory, the Division III program that is ranked #1 in the country in Division III. They have been outstanding this season and certainly going to contend for a Division III national title. Getting the opportunity to match up with a Division I field this week. And right now they are in the top 5 on the team leaderboard. So this will be the 3rd shot out of the bunker for Amanda Zing. New distance 153 out of that 3rd fairway bunker on the right side of this 18th hole. You can see you really cannot miss it left. Caught that one a little heavy as well behind it as it trickles up the fairway. She'll maybe try and salvage bogey on this tough 18th hole from there. Zing in a round today is +3, so trying to get out of here with a bogey 5. And set to play her 4th shot here at the par 4 18th hole. And solid shot. She's got a very makeable bogey putt from about 10 feet to try and get out of there with a 5. And a couple of birdie putts upcoming for Julie Shin and Savannah Howell. Here's Savannah Howell with her putt. Good speed over the ridge. Left a couple of paces short. Julie Shin taking a hard look at this birdie putt. This is going to come off that slope hard left to right. Again, stationary coverage today on hole 18, and we've also been on 9 green as well. We may take it back to 9 here shortly to watch some of those groups, but some of our tournament leaders began their round today on the back 9. Great job by our camera crew bringing you these angles. Good roll from Shin. It's just a half a foot short, and she will tap that in for her par. And that will conclude the 18th hole for Group 7 today that began their round on hole 5. Or check that. My apologies. We've still got one left to play. And Amanda Zing wanted the flag stick back in. This is for bogey 5. Just burns the edges. So that's a double bogey for Zing. She'll fall back to +5 in her round for today. Posted 73-71, even par through 2 rounds yesterday. And Savannah Howell cleans it up. So that will conclude Group 7 here on the 18th hole. We're going to take a short break. We're at the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf in Viera, Florida. We'll be right back with final round coverage on the Championship Golf Network.
About MoonGolf, that makes it so special. I know that the company's philosophy and investing in youth and in women and promoting the game, but what's the secret sauce, if you don't mind, about MoonGolf?
I mean, the secret thing for us, I wouldn't even say it's a secret, right? I mean, we have a basic philosophy that when our business first started, we did a lot of research and talking to a lot of different people, and we came up with our own little acronym called CHIPPR, CHIPPR, and it stands for world-class customer service, hard work, integrity, passion, positive attitude, and respect. Can you just imagine how much we could all get accomplished as a whole if that's how we lived our lives, right? So while it's something that we try to instill in our staff, the experience that we want to show for every customer that walks in, really it's something we should all be thinking about in the daily life. You know, thinking about these young women competing this weekend. Any successful competitor in sports, business, and life can benefit from this.
Welcome back to 18 Fairway here at Duran Golf Club in the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Kendall Lewis here with you on the Championship Golf Network. We go to Group 6. We've got a couple of the top 10 players. It's Mi Lee who's going to play first for Penn from the middle of the fairway. She's got 138 in. Penn in the middle today on hole 18. And Lee's 4 under par. She shot rounds of 72, 71. She's had a couple of birdies on this back nine today at 12 and 14. She had a bogey at 13. And even has an eagle on the card today on the par 4 8th. How about an eagle 2? Zemo Lee, 135 in for Emory. She's also in the fairway. Just a little short. Zemo's 6 under par for the tournament, just 1 shot off the pace. She's got to get that up and down there to keep pace in the individual leaderboard, which right now is a tie. Mi Lee with 132. One hopped, and that's left of the green. We saw someone hit it down there earlier, and it's an awkward stance. It last to play from 119 in the right rough is KCU. KCU also inside of the top 10. She's tied for 7th. Back-to-back rounds of 71 yesterday. This is a par 72 layout. Playing 62-15 this week for the ladies here in the Space Coast Classic. And just long. Wow. Thought it might hold up there at the top of that ridge, but it just trickles down in the flat. And that's almost a blind chip shot. We've seen a couple of players in that spot today before, but she can get it up and down from there. The players in carts this weekend, which has certainly helped speed up pace of play here at Duran. Let's take it over to hole 9. A couple of groups that are finishing up. Some highlights today from hole number 9. We've seen some really good putts, some really good chip shots, and even approach shots on this gettable par 5. And our tournament leaders came through 9 earlier today. Alessandro Lappel, Zemo Lee, Olivia Kong, Christina Xu, They have really been going at the par 5, which played the easiest of the 18 holes yesterday. Just over 400 yards for the ladies this week. We'll take it back to 18. Greenside is Mi Lee, who's had a really good outing this week. 4 under par, 3 under today. And the lie not quite as bad as we maybe anticipated when it first trickled down that hill. And she chips it up to about 8 feet. She'll have that left for par here at 18 momentarily. So KCU off the backside for Lipscomb. I was a little bit between clubs here and trying to decide. She's going to chip this. Lets it funnel right down the slope. Oh, beautiful chip shot for KCU, who will leave that for her par here at 18. From the front of the green. Beautiful chip. Guys, there's a look at the updated leaderboard. Now there's a 4-way tie for first place with Alessandro Lappel, Zemo Lee, Olivia Kong, and Marta Aguilar, each at 6 under. Christina Zhu has dropped a shot. She's at 5 under now for Columbia. She just suffered a bogey at the 14th hole. Here's Mi Lee from 10 feet. Just trickles on the left side of the cup. Wow. We've seen putts miss right and left today at 18. Good roll there. Center cut. for KCU. And now Simo Lee's got this to finish out. Oh, wow, lip out. KCU lips it out. Simo Lee made the putt previous. My apologies. And that will conclude Group 6. So we will take you back to the fairway here. And now we're starting to see Dartmouth, Notre Dame, and Columbia in this group. And it's Hope Hall from 149 in the right fairway, just right of the fairway. I'll tell you what, this is a interesting lie here. That grass may bother her on the backswing, but made clean contact. It looks maybe off to the right, and it is. High and right for Hope Hall of Dartmouth. Finding the fairway for Columbia is Bridget Chantara. Check that Christine Chang in the fairway here for Columbia. And that's going to hang on to the left side of the green there. She'll have that for birdie. And last to play from 129, Sawyer Brockstead for Notre Dame. Fighting Irish even par as a team this weekend. They've played some really good golf, and she finds the dance floor as well for Notre Dame. She'll have a birdie putt coming from about 20 feet. Does Sawyer Brockstead, who we saw come through hole 9 earlier in the broadcast. Brockstead suffered a double bogey on 13, as well as a bogey on 16 here on the back 9 today. Time for a hole 18 flyover once again. If you weren't with us early on, this is a little bit of an intimidating tee shot. We've seen players this weekend with those 5 bunkers lying down the right side. We've seen them kind of take some of this off and leave wedge in hand, especially today. And there's almost like a speed slope right in that fairway. When it hits, we've seen it bounce an extra 10, 15 yards at times on hole 18 today. Bobby Goldstein was alluding to that during the weather delay, that he's been on 18 fairway all afternoon, and seems that everyone is kind of getting a nice kick when they can hit that fairway of an extra 10 or 15 yards. Of course, the rain softened things up, especially the greens. We had an hour-long rain delay here in Viera, Florida. We began this morning on an 8:15 shotgun start for these teams. So Hope Hall of Dartmouth who are leading things right now at 5 under par as a team for the tournament. Hall's trying to get this up and down and stay at +3, and her chip shot just hangs on the top of the ridge. Christine Chang from Columbia in this group as well. We mentioned Columbia's had a strong showing. Made some noise at one point today. They were 2 under par as a team in this third round. They've dropped back to +3. Chang, a sophomore from Auburn, Alabama. She has this for birdie. Good roll. It just spins. Hit the edge of the cup, and she leaves her about 3 feet left. She'll put a mark on that one. Sawyer Brockstead from about 20 feet has this for birdie. And it just trickles off for Sawyer Brockstead, the Rehoboth Beach, Delaware native, taps it in for par. And this is to save par for Hope Hall of Dartmouth. She's got a little bit of work left. There's still plenty of golf to be played. Most of these teams are through their 14th, possibly their 15th hole. And solid stroke coming back for Hope Hall. So Christine Chang for Columbia, who had the lowest single season stroke average in program history a year ago, 74.32. That's the lowest in Columbia's program history. Also the lowest 36-hole score in program history. She shot 3 under par a year ago, trying to salvage par here on 18. And she does. Solid stroke. And we move along. Just 4 groups left to play and come through hole 18 here at Duran Club in the Space Coast Classic. And Bridget Chantara just right of the bunker underneath the trees here on 18. Chantara from 169. She's got a long way out with a wind. And that wind changing directions numerous times today. Well, Chantar, great shot. Rolls all the way to the back of the green. She's got a long birdie putt, but from 169 with that wind, leaves the door open for Columbia here late in the third round. Next to play from 136, this is Bridget Wilkie of Notre Dame. Her ball nestled right on that downslope in the rough. And she didn't like it, took her hand off the club, and it's right of the green. Claire Wan of Dartmouth. Excellent tee shot here. She'll have 109 left and really checking that wind. We mentioned it. We've had wind gusts as high as 30 miles an hour today. It's been a crosswind for most of the day here on 18. It's changed directions. Important approach shot here as Dartmouth has a 4-shot advantage over the field with just a few holes left to play. Oh, great looking shot there for Claire Wan, and she throws a dart 6 feet for birdie here at the 18th in the big green, trying to stay on top of the leaderboard. Now's the perfect time to plan a vacation to Florida's Space Coast. Just 45 minutes from Orlando, you'll find 72 miles of beautiful beaches, great dining and attractions that set the stage for an unforgettable family getaway. Add a thrilling rocket launch, a kayak tour, or a day exploring the Kennedy Space Center visitor complex, and your vacation becomes truly one of a kind. Be sure to plan your getaway at visitspacecoast.com. Folks, we also want to remind you that this event presented by MoonGolf, which is a full-service golf retail store and fitting studio all in one. From a dozen golf balls or a new grip to full bag fitting, MoonGolf has golfers covered. They carry all the top brands, and if it's not at MoonGolf, you don't need it. Visit MoonGolf at one of their 3 locations in Melbourne, Florida, Vero Beach, Florida, or Auburn, Alabama. Glad you're tuned in with us at the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. And glad to have everyone involved, including the host school, Columbia, for having us here at Duran Golf Club in Vieira, Florida. A chip shot here for Bridget Wilkie from just off the green. She's got a little bit of work left, and we've seen some long par saves on this 18th hole today. Bridget Chantara from the back of the green. Going to leave the flag in here on 18. Good speed for Chantara, especially from back there. Chantara, interesting. She's from Irvine, California, was the first female golfer at her high school, Northwood, that ever qualified for state championship. She placed 4th as a freshman and, of course, was also a part of a school record 5-under par round that was accomplished twice in her high school career. It's also ranked in the top 50 in the class of 2025 in the AJGA rankings last year. That's a really nice pickup on the recruiting trail for Amy Weeks. And she's having a solid start to her college career. Wilkie, wow, had it center cut. One rotation from dropping, and she'll tap it in. Claire Wan's got a excellent opportunity at birdie here for Dartmouth, and this would put the big green back to 5-under par as a team. Just missed it to the left. So door still open for Notre Dame as Juan makes her par putt coming back. And Bridget Chantara, who we mentioned, highly accomplished junior golfer. One of her favorite sports memories was qualifying for the California State Championships in a playoff with 4 other players. And she made the final putt with her father and her high school coach watching. It broke a school record. This for her par. Good stroke. Right in the center of the cup. And Columbia stays at +3. There's was an updated look at our team leaderboard with Dartmouth still on top at 4-under par. We'll take a quick detour over to hole 9. And we'll look at some highlights and some we're going to actually go live over at hole 9 from the fairway. Some players for Duquesne, they're going to finish up on 9 here momentarily. Again, it was a shotgun start for these teams. A good shot in there for Sasha Petrocho from Duquesne. First time we've seen this group here, 16. They started their day on 11. Petrochko throws a nice shot in here, a 9, and we'll have a look. For Duquesne, a team that struggled a little bit. Petrochko is 1 under par. She did fire a round of 70 in the first round yesterday, 73 in round 2, and then today, 2 birdies, 2 bogeys. This group here, interesting. It's got Petrochko, Samantha Galantini from Quinnipiac, and Yoko Tai from Columbia. You see the hazard line kind of come into play where the water creeps in here. Here's a look at our individual leaderboard. Still 4 tied at 6 under. It's been back and forth all day with Christina Zhu, who was tied for first place at one point in the round. It dropped a shot back on 14. She's still 5 under. Here's Yoko Tai for Columbia. Boy, soft touch there. Excellent work for Yoko Tai on this short par 5 that plays 490 today. So Ty will have a look at birdie from close range. We mentioned in this group, Yoko Tai, Samantha Galantini, and Sasha Petrochko. Galantini just found a piece of the back of the green, and she's away here. She'll putt for Quinnipiac. Gave it a great run. So Galantini looking to clean this one up. And, of course, this has been a hole that players have really favored this week, with it playing the easiest. It's played right at even par, literally 5.00. It was just under par after the first 2 rounds. We've seen 52 birdies 130 pars, 34 bogeys in 8 with double or worse. Surprisingly, no eagles, though, and it's been, as we mentioned, reachable. We've seen a couple of eagles, 3 to be exact, in the tournament field today. 2 eagles on 7 and 1 on 14. Excellent putt there. What a nice roll for Sasha Petrochko. Yoko Tai to clean it up. You betcha. A solid roll for Yoko Tai. Here on hole 9, and they've got just 1 hole left to play as that group through their 17th hole of play today. Folks, let's take a quick break. You're watching the final round coverage of the 2026 Space Coast Classic here on the Championship Golf Network. We'll be right back with the finish.
Decided this year that you were going to take it up a notch and go to live streaming. So can you give us a little bit about that thought process and why you all decided to take it to the next level, create so much more exposure for the players, for the colleges, for everyone in the community? Could you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that the most important thing to us in that aspect is seeing these women get the exposure. We have a lot of really talented teams and players that may not gain the same level of exposure that we see in some of the top D1 schools in the country. Our MoonGolf Invitational was the previous week, and we've got a lot of really great D1. I think 11 of the top 20 teams in the country. And everybody knows the names, everybody knows the faces, everybody knows the coaches of those teams. But some of these teams may not get that same kind of exposure. That doesn't necessarily mean they don't have the talent there, because they certainly do. So it gives them an opportunity to get that exposure, gives their families that may not have the opportunity to travel an opportunity to see them.
We come back to you with Jordan Levitt on the 18th hole from 116 away for Notre Dame. This wind's been fierce, as we've mentioned here on 18 today. It has been in the face. It has been a crosswind. I see Levitt. She's going to check it one more time. Caught that one a little bit heavy. And it still ends up just off the green on the right side. Sophia Lee for Dartmouth with 134. left in. Did find the fairway here off her tee shot at 18. Dartmouth does have a 6-shot lead, folks. Notre Dame has dropped to +2. And just a couple of holes away. Again, a lot of these players finishing up. Just 2 groups left to finish up on 18 here in our final round coverage. Well, Sophia Lee loves it, and rightfully so. What a shot to 2.5 feet. Picture perfect here on 18. And Yu Zhang from Columbia will be last to play, right side of the fairway here on 18. Now that's going to trickle. That could be dangerous, tough to tell from that angle. Took a hard bounce left of that green. Again, you get a look at that shot in there from Sophia Lee. Wow. To 2.5 feet for birdie to get Dartmouth to 5 under par as a team. Let's take a look back from the fairway on that last shot from Sophia Lee. Boy, what a shot. That might be, and we've seen some really good shots on 18 today. That might be the best approach shot we've seen in on 18 so far today, and she'll have that to clean it up for birdie. Sophia Lee, just a first-year player for Dartmouth, freshman from New York. A 2-time New York State's Junior Girls winner in 2022 and 2024. She even won an AJGA event back in her prep career. Just off the green is Jordan Levitt for Notre Dame. I'll tell you what, through the first 9 holes of action today, it looked as if things at one point Columbia was under par. We had 3 teams that were under par at about that 7, 8, 9 hole mark. of this final round. Dartmouth has weathered the storm, if you will. They have been steady the entire way. They started off 10 over par after round one yesterday. What a story. To go 14 under par in round two. And as a team today, they have played even par in this final round with some tough conditions. We had an hour-long rain delay. We've had wind gusts of between 25 and maybe even 40 miles an hour. Just incredible to be able to play the solid golf that we've seen on display today. It's been interesting. We saw that approach shot from Sophia Lee. It was a little bit firm earlier this morning, and then, of course, the rain softened the greens up, and Lee went pin seeking just a moment ago for the big green. Here's Levitt to save par. This just trickles off the left side, so Notre Dame going to drop another shot, unfortunately. And Columbia is +3, Notre Dame is +2, so they're battling it out for a second place finish at this point. Sophia Lee taking her time over this birdie putt. She is +4 for the tournament, but today +1. How about an even par finish? Birdie's her 18th and final hole. And a solid outing, an even par 72 in her final round today of the Space Coast Classic. Yu Zhang. Just pushes it off to the right. And cleans it up. So Levitt for bogey for Notre Dame. And finds the side door. So Levitt will shoot an even par 72 as well. We've got a couple of groups left in the Space Coast Classic. Dartmouth on top of the team leaderboard as we take it back to hole 18 with Sarah Shao from 143 for Columbia. This group here was the first on the tee on hole 1 today. Well, they've played the course from start to finish. I mentioned we had 5 holes that they double teed on. We have a handful of individuals, and Columbia brought a B team to their event that they're hosting here at the Duran Club this weekend. And Shao took her hand right off the club, didn't like it. Wow. And that is trickling up close to the cart path. Way right of the green. It's going to be an interesting up and down from way above the hole. Maddie Banty from Notre Dame with 125 left in. And she didn't like that one. So we've got one that missed right and another short. And Sophie Ty will be last to play with 97 yards left to the flag stick here at 18. Ty chunked that one from 97 yards, left it short of the green. Let's send it over to hole 9 today. We've had some incredible highlights to take a look at from the 9th hole today. We mentioned a short par 5 and these players taking advantage all afternoon here in the final round of the par 5 9th hole, which has been a big separator in the field, I feel like, this week, and really a get-back hole, if you will, for a lot of these teams that have been able to gain strokes against the field, especially Dartmouth. Their entire lineup has really been dominant on hole 9 in this entire third round. And how about this? On 18, good shot in there to about 15 feet from Sophie Ty of Dartmouth. Now, this is our next to last group to finish on 18 today. Sarah Shao hit a nice shot in there for Columbia. Sophie Ty, was short and right of the green. Oh, a nice shot there from the front of the green, and Ty will have that one to try and close out her third and final round at +2. Sophie had an eagle yesterday on hole 15 en route to her 7-under 65 in round 2. A nice chip shot there from Maddie Banty, who will try and close things out with a par here at 18. Sarah Schau for Columbia with a birdie putt here at 18. Check that. This is Schau's 4th. Her second shot was nestled up close right of the green, and she chipped down. So a bogey 5 to finish for Schau. We'll close things out with an 83 today for the Columbia Lions. And just misses on the low side is Sophie Tai. So bogeys her 18th and final hole today for Dartmouth. And Maddie Banty for par. Oh, wow. Banty missed the par putt. So Notre Dame's going to drop a shot here. And one group left to come in on 18, which is Olivia Kong, Alexandra Lappel, and Christina Zhu. And first to play will be Olivia Kong of Dartmouth with 170 in. Her tee shot landed just short of that fairway bunker on the right side. And Kong right now is the individual leader at 7 under par for the tournament. See Marta Aguilar, Alexandra Lappel, who's in this group, Zemo Lee at 6 under, and Christina Zhu, who's also in this final grouping to come in on 18 at 4 under par. So Kong trying to win individual medalist here in the 2026 Space Coast Classic. Kong, low runner, not going to quite have enough legs to get up to the green, but She's got to get up and down there to try and stay at 7 under par and atop the individual leaderboard. Alexandra Lappel, who came into this third round as the leader, has an awkward lie and awkward stance with her tee shot just on the top of the lip of this fairway bunker here at 18. Here's Lappel's second shot on 18. And that's about all that Lappel had. Kind of used a long iron there and it ran out. Awards are going to be given out to the team champion, of course, the individual champion, and individual runner-up. So the ties for team awards, of course, that's decided by the 5th score of the final round. And then if it takes a first round, they'll go back to the first round if necessary. If no winner's determined at that point, the 4th score would be used for ties. And then the individual champion ties are just going to be recognized as co-medalists. And Christina Zhu with an excellent tee shot here at 18 has 129 yards left for Columbia. And you see Olivia Kong trying to hang on at the top of the leaderboard right now at 7 under par. Her second shot just went short of the green here at 18. And Zhu finds a piece of the front edge of the green. We'll head up to the middle of the fairway, about 50 yards away, where Alexandra Lappel is set to play. Remember, her tee shot was right on the lip of the bunker, and she just advanced it about 75 yards down the fairway, and this will be her 3rd shot coming up here at 18. This was going to hit the top of the ridge, the front part of this green, and trickle back for Lappel, who is 6 under par for the tournament. And she's 2 over in her round today. So Olivia Kong from Dartmouth, who is wrapped up the team leaderboard. They are 5 under par for the tournament. It's trying to secure not only a team win, but an individual medalist. Kong has had a bogey-free round today. 4 birdies. She shot 34 on the front side. She birdied 12 in 15. And here she is, just short of the green here at 18. Interesting enough, Olivia Kong, she sunk Dartmouth's only hole in one of the season last year, the More Than Golf Invitational. As a freshman, finished 15th in the Princeton Invitational. Seeking a tournament win here, the 2026 Space Coast Classic here at Duran Golf Club. Got to get this up and down to stay at 7 under. A good chip shot there for Olivia, and she's got that to earn individual medalist honors and 7 under for the tournament. I tell you what, this has been a fun grouping today with Olivia Kong, Alexandra Lappel of Notre Dame, and Christina Zhu. And they are taking their time here on the final hole. They started on hole 1. They played the course start to finish in a long round for these players. They had 36 holes, 2 rounds to play yesterday. Today, just 18 holes, but there was an hour-long weather delay. It began about a little after 11:30, and the players did not go back out until 12:40. And again, it was an 8:15 shotgun start, so long afternoon for these teams here. And Christina Zhu, who's won a couple of tournaments already back in the fall of her freshman season this year, gives this a nice run. Oh, great speed. She'll have a little bit of work left here at 18. Here's Lappel's putt from the front of the green. Folks, there's a look at the individual leaderboard one last time. We had 3 tied at 6 under, just nipping at the heels of Olivia Kong, and it comes down to this putt here for her to win individual medalist honors. Dartmouth, the big green, has wrapped up the team championship here at the Space Coast Classic, 6 under par. Notre Dame at +3, Columbia at +4. That was a battle. At one point, we had 3 teams through about 7 or 8 holes that were all 3 under par today. Kong really taking her time here on this putt. This is to save par from the front of the green and win this year's individual medalist honors in the Space Coast Classic. Arguably the biggest putt of Olivia Kong's college career so far. Just a sophomore. And just missed it on the low side. She will suffer a bogey here at 18. And we have got 4 tied at 6 under par. Wow. So Marta Aguilar from Seton Hall, Zemo Lee from Emory, 6 under, as well as Alexandra Lappel from Notre Dame. Christina Zhu with the putt here for Columbia. And just misses on the high side of the cup. She'll close out her round. A good showing this weekend for Christina, who we mentioned's already won a couple of tournaments as a freshman for the Lions. Alexandra Lappel, who is at 6 under par coming into this final hole. Finishes strong with a solid stroke there. And that will do it for the final grouping to come through 18 today. And what a showing from these ladies this week at the Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Unfortunately for Olivia, she bogeys the 18th hole to drop a shot back to 6 under. But an incredible showing. Co-medalist honors for the sophomore from Dartmouth this week. And we'll show you those final leaderboards here momentarily. We'll take a quick break from Duran Golf Club in Viera, Florida. We'll be right back. Post awards coming up here from the Space Coast Classic on the Championship Golf Network.
Jacksonville to Miami. Miami to Philly. So I think coach is trying to go from straight to Miami to Philly. Yeah. My TMJ hurt, and then like.
You guys are in Orlando full time, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the 2026 Space Coast Classic presented by MoonGolf. Here's a look at the final team leaderboard with Dartmouth, the Big Green, claiming the championship this year. 3-day, 3-under par. Impressive showing for the Big Green, including considering they started after their first round 10 over par. They went 14 under par in round 2 as a team yesterday. Just in phenomenal numbers. They were +1 today, but it's enough to cap off a championship here at the Space Coast Classic. Columbia, also a nice showing. They ended up sliding into the 2 spot at +6. Notre Dame, who at one point was 3 under par as a team, midway through the round, +7 today. And that is a look at your final team leaderboard from the Space Coast Classic today, as we turn our attention to the individual leaderboard now. And how about a 3-way tie for first place at 6 under par between Marta Aguilar from Seton Hall, of course, Zemo Lee with a great showing from Emory, the #1 ranked Division III program in the country coming into this tournament, and Olivia Kong from Dartmouth, who bogeys her 18th hole, but still claims co-medalist honors. Alexandra Lapple as well finishes at 5 under par for Notre Dame. Christina Zhu from Columbia, they were the host school. She's 4 under par. And a great showing this weekend as well. So co-medalist honors on the individual leaderboard. Dartmouth wins it 3 under par as a team and claims the 2026 Space Coast Classic. Folks, we want to remind you one last time that now is the perfect time to plan a vacation to Florida's Space Coast. Just 45 minutes from Orlando, you'll find 72 miles of beautiful beaches, great dining and attractions that set the stage for an unforgettable family getaway at a thrilling rocket launch, a kayak tour, or a day exploring the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and your vacation truly becomes one of a kind. Plan your getaway at visitspacecoast.com. Folks, also MoonGolf, which is a full-service golf retail store and fitting studio all-in-one. From a dozen golf balls or a new grip to a full bag fitting, MoonGolf has golfers covered. They carry all the top brands, and if it's not at MoonGolf, you don't need it. Visit MoonGolf at one of their 3 locations in Melbourne, Florida, Vero Beach, Florida, or Auburn, Alabama. What an incredible tournament it was this weekend at Duran Golf Club here in Vieira, Florida. And once again, the Big Green of Dartmouth wins it at 3 under par as a team. And, of course, co-medalist honors with 3 at 6 under. And it was back and forth. That leaderboard changed, it seemed like, hole by hole, especially throughout the 3rd round here today. But just a beautiful venue to host this year's Space Coast Classic. And, of course, we at Championship Golf Network appreciate you tuning in for the entire round. Let's take a look at some highlights today from such great golf. And we had beautiful approach shots. We had incredible up and downs. We had a couple of sand saves that we witnessed live between our stationary coverage on hole 9 and 18. And just an incredible showing today from the Dartmouth Big Green. You look at their package, and from top to bottom, Dartmouth was incredible this weekend. Olivia Kong at 6 under par, Sophia Lee at +3, Claire Wan at +4, Sophie Tai at +1, Hope Hall at +10, and then Lauren Pham, who played as an individual, finishes at +5 for the Big Green here today. But just an incredible 3 rounds of golf for Dartmouth. And a lot of these teams out of the 13-team field we're going to have some troubles getting back home. There's a snowstorm up north, and we've got a couple of teams, Columbia included, that is going to have to take a detour to Atlanta to get back home to their campus. But Dartmouth wins it as a team, 3 under par here in the 2026 Space Coast Classic. For Kendall Lewis and the rest of our Championship Golf Network production crew, our director, Doug Rios Sabalos, our replay operator, Anna Sophia Aguirre, our camera operators, Bo Atwood, Daniel Horowitz, AJ Bonacci, and last but not least, Bobby Goldstein, who does a little bit of everything, was out on course today, the field general, as we call him here at Championship Golf Network. I'm Kendall Lewis once again saying so long from the 2026 Space Coast Classic at Duran Golf Club.